Alright, hey, howdy, good after evening, shit, goddamn, alright, I guess we're already I guess my tracking was already drifting. There we go. That's fixed. How we all holding up? How we all doing? Let me turn the music down just a little bit. I know we're starting a bit late, but I said, Guten Morgen, I said after evening, and I will remain consistent. Yeah, I said, and I quote, gonna take a nap, but as soon as I wake up, no matter the time, we're continuing. And you know what? I shouldn't have said it like that. But I did. And you know what? It might be an hour after I woke up, but, you know, that was a long-ass nap. It was 12 hours. Give or take. Maybe 13? I was more exhausted than I thought I was. That I'll be real on. Yeah, let me just close a couple windows. Oh, fuck, I didn't even start the game. Whoops. I think this is the one time I've made this fuck up. Yeah, so we have to play for time there. How we all holding up? How we all doing? What's been going on today? Oh my god, the Boogle Treasure Trove has a gorilla mount that carries you in its arm. Yeah, we're just gonna log in. The good news is this game doesn't take very long to log into. I've also got some tea. I've actually found out, like, A, oh shit, I've had black tea in the house for the longest time. But B, oh shit, it's so much easier to, like, it is so much goddamn easier to boil a kettle and then make one mug of black tea than it is to just hope for, how do I put it? To just hope that I can make coffee happen. How are you holding up? You still exist, so that's something. You're also sitting on the Bedlam YTPMV. Not sure if you want to replace the Jolly Roger Bay lead instrument too. Mixing it's all done and you think you hated it. Let me just... I think I know what Jolly Roger Bay is, but let me just make sure I know what Jolly Roger Bay sounds like. Jolly Roger Bay, don't kill me, Nintendo. Oh. Okay. That'll work. I don't know. It's your project. Take your time on it. Either way. All that login shit has to be readjusted for. We got a new outfit for all this. For the video game. And it's this. Hold up. And it's this. I'm happy with it. I'm really happy with it. It was really fun to put together. I noticed this coat when I was at the Golden Saucer in my off time. And I'm like, I can afford that if I hit the jackpot on Mini Cactpot today. And then I did. Twice, actually. Because, okay, to those that don't know, you can do Mini Cactpot 3 times in a day. Resets at 11 a.m. my time. I think it's actually, it resets at local time, but I'm not entirely sure. But it tends to reset at 11. So I did 3, and I got 20,080 MGP when I only needed 10 extra. I sound great as a choir too. Probably one of the 2 things you spent the most time is on this to sound good, aside from setting up, tweaking all the effects and whatnot. That's fair. But yeah, this is what I've got. I had to work around this coat. I'm actually really digging it. This coat is, like, Reaper only, too, so, like, I felt as though I at least had to see how it looked. And, like, a nice proper trench coat, it's like, that's nothing to sneeze at. Let me, wait. There. There's the UI being turned back on. Either way, progression. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Wear the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade even with the passing of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. Oh yeah, because when the big teleport thing happened, Hydaelyn disrupted Xenos and Fandaniel's ability to do anything, but like... but like fucking... that doesn't mean they're not on the moon. Where? When? How long? Oh, some of these guys just do it to themselves. That's fine. You know, I know it's like a featureless white expanse, but I actually kinda dig that right now. Was it truly so long ago? It really just sounds like they need someone to hear them, and then they'll go away. We were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow, with our will, our creations. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, I don't know. Like, being on the moon and the moon looking like this in video games is like something that makes Gorilla Brain go, hee. Opacity 0, that's true. We were the star's beating heart, its life, every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better. The star flourished, as did we. Do you remember? Am I actually speaking to Convocation members? As the whispers die, the final spirit fades. No shadows of times long past remain in the drowning brand. What? What in the fuck? Excuse me? I mean, it looks friendly at least. An unusually lustrous dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation. What the dog doing? What is that dog doing? It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. Where'd that dog going? Follow the lustrous dog and try not to fall behind. Okay. I'd be lying if I said I was not surprised. But why am I following a big ol' woofer? What in the goddamn? I mean, I was expecting FF14 to dip into Esoterica eventually, but like, this soon, huh? Also, I've gone back to some of the Shadowbringers locations to do some cleanup. Basically, it's way easier to, like, grind for currency when I also have a job to grind in the background. And, like, these motherfuckers are really fishing at this hour. That's a lot of people fishing! And, like, I didn't realize how much of Shadowbringers' like, land mass is unexplored if you just beeline the main scenario. They always say, what that dog doing, and never how that dog doing. I mean, it's a dog. You can pretty easily, like, by body language, tell how that dog's doing. Oh. Yes, I think I understand now. Okay. Silently regards the spirit lurking near its brand. Or near the brand. We and the star were fulfilled. Wanted for naught, mourned for naught. So why? Why did it have to end? Oh, shit. Okay. This I can take care of, no problem. Alright, just true north this shit. I'm not gonna be doing the fancy footwork to make sure I get a backstab on a creature that small. Alright. Any more of them? The final day has taught us to fear a death forced upon us. The injustice of duties and dreams left unfulfilled. The grief of unexpected partings. Swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis. Such truth, yet no consolation. As the whispers die, the spirit fades. All is silent and still around the numbing brand. I was gonna say, let's speak to that dog before anything. If it's still there, I feel like there's a reason. The lustrous dog is once again staring at you expectantly. And who are you to deny it? Follow it and try not to fall behind. Honestly, seeing a healthy amount of players around here makes me really, like... Really? We're gonna do this? I don't have Fortify, you know. Okay. I really like this track. It's super relaxing. FF14's doing that thing where, like, here is a track that is a mental reset. And really, that's all I want. Also, look at those moon cactar. Oh, I'm sorry, a Lunatender. I love them. I love them so much. I saw them when they were... Because, like, okay... For the past while, I've been watching, like, all the important, like, FanFest and, like, Expo announcements up for FF14 so that I know where the game is going. For example, like, they could say, like, hey, we're doing this big feature, and I would like to know about that feature before it releases. Dog silently regards the shadow that lurks near the brand. And, like... I turn my head away when they go into gameplay, but I saw a Lunatender. I didn't know what they were called, so I just called them Space Cactar at the time, because I don't think we were given a name. And, like, goddamn, it still sticks with me. Because, like, I didn't turn my head away to not see that. And it's like, that's not really a spoiler. I don't consider it one. I don't consider, hey, we're going to the moon a spoiler when the moon is in the fucking logo. You know? Our perfection came crumbling down. Such overwhelming despair In that moment, we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to Zodiark. Zodiark, our Lord and Savior. To forge our world anew. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. To live and love again. This is the convocation. By the way, I'm putting this outfit together IRL. Become one with the star. I'm gonna be working on it tomorrow. Fill earth and heavens with life. Birth paradise where fear is a distant memory. I actually figured out all the logistics in an instant. Because it's like I can pretty much wear normal boots under it. Pardon me, but would you be so kind as to step aside? Is it gonna be Emmett Selk? It's a non-zero chance that it's Emmett Selk. Or... Ah, that unmistakable color, the soul of Azem. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. So Emmett Selk meant for you to have it. Yeah, that's, oh fuck, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but it's like Hythlodaeus? You seem surprised. Why might that be? We meet again, Hythlodaeus. Fuck titles at this point. No, I'm gonna call you by name. Again? I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. Ah, okay, because earlier we saw the shade, but this is the actual ghost. Emmett Selk created a shade in my likeness. And not only me, but all of Amarot. How very like him. A slave to sentiment, even after an eternity. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shade you met before. No mere approximation, but the original. A soul sacrificed to Zodiark. We remember in vivid detail the events leading to our purgatory, the plans and plots of our resurrection, Heidelin's intervention, and Zodiark's and the stars' final fate. And then we drifted in a waking dream, our minds steeped in fog, until you came. I know not what you and your friends intend for Zodiark or the future of the star, but nevertheless, if in you I place my trust and faith, in you I choose to believe, as Emmett Selk did. Believe in yourself, and all will be well. And these chains might be being burst. Huh. More new arrivals. Though, Fandaniel, that color I know. And another I do not, an unfamiliar but fearsome being. I have kept you from your duty. By way of apology, I will ensure that the shades hinder you no more. Protect the final brand. Fare you well, my new old friend. I don't know why my new old friend hits so hard to be called. Also, God, I really love my, like, I've been working on, I worked on this glamour for like about 15 minutes. I mostly built it around the coat because I was kind of curious if I could. And like, God, I really do love it. This does feel like end-level protagonist gear. The dog growls, agitated. Cry havoc and let slip the dog of war. That's you, by the way. The dog nudges you with its nose. You get a feeling it wants you to hop on? Yeah, okay. Bet. Woo! I didn't expect to suddenly be on a dog's back. It just hit me. Have I? Yeah, okay. I need to sell those at the Golden Saucer next time I'm there. Oh, this is sick as fuck. What is that? What the fuck is that? No, actually, what the fuck is that Elden Ring shit? I remember fighting a lot of those in Elden Ring. What the hell is it? 2 seconds. I have a bit of congestion. I just need to... Thank you to Katasha VT for the raid. Welcome to the cabaret. Hope you enjoy your stay. Give me 2 seconds. Because I do have something I would like to show off. Give me 1 second. I can do one thing, though. You were also playing FF14. Let's fucking go. Gonna raid and run. Oh, no, I getcha. Absolutely. Oi! Thank you to Katasha VT for the follow. Welcome to the cabaret. Hope you enjoy your stay. Ow! Thank you to Biotreb VT for the follow. Welcome to the cabaret. Hope you enjoy your stay. Okay, no lasting damage done to the nose. Holy shit. Well, that can't be good. Ain't no way that that's good.
Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus, a creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance.
Huh. Are you just gonna... How am I doing? Enjoying Endwalker? I've been loving it so far. You know, Moon Expert, but you're pretty sure that's not normal? I mean, this story has... This entire MMO has told me every moon is the egg of a god, or at least an incubator. Damn right. What you gonna do about it, bitch boy? What you gonna do about it?
Stoke your fury to a raging inferno and dance among the ashes.
Uh-huh.
Or perhaps you would face me here.
Would you allow me? Do I even have the chance to do it? Yup. Bet.
Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
God, I've loved how they've been handling Xenos post repossession. Tasty dance with the boy. I hope so. Ow, shit.
You postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece. I promise I will be brief.
Well, at the very least, he's being honest about just like, hey, I got one thing left to say. I'm getting the last word in.
Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die?
Howdy,
Take
obsolete.
everyone with me. I meant it.
You about it. Thank you to Obsolete Chaos for the follow. Welcome to the cabaret. Hope you enjoy your stay. I think that means we've hit 500. Holy shit. And what a thing to hit 500 to, huh? Well, you know how I said for the longest time that, like, FF14 didn't have shit all for a budget up until, like, the end of A Realm Reborn? And that during Crystal Tower you could see that they finally got a budget? Yeah, this is more proof of, hey, here's budget. We are the savior. We are the guardian, the keeper of natural order. We are the martyr, the bestower of a new beginning. We are...
Such lofty aspirations.
Jesus.
What sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction.
Uh-huh. Really love all these masks. It cannot end this way. We must return and be made whole. We are the will of the star, now and forever. For the greater good, for the sake of the world.
Wrong. Lies and delusion.
You good, Van Daniel? Shush.
You will be silent. Silent as the grave.
No more. We beg of you. The star must endure. Came in with Kit's raid, but you were in a dungeon? No, absolutely understandable. Absolutely. Out of curiosity, where'd Kit come from? Is it just, hey, streamers are also playing FF14?
Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless.
Also, if any of you are on Primal, let me know, because I can foresee needing some assistance to skip queue times in a second. Because I think only data center matters when it comes to getting a party together, but don't quote me on that. Kid is, you're on Crystal, but you can jump on Primal. I would appreciate it. Yeah, you're just Zodiark from 12 with some greebling and much larger. Holy shit. DC doesn't matter anymore. That's also fair. I meant DC as in, like, people that are on Crystal would still have to jump over to Primal, you know?
But a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
So Zodiark just, alright. I didn't expect you to be like this. Yeah, let me just throw out my shit so that if anyone wants to join this, they can help. There we go. But in the meantime, we do have something for raiders. So while we wait, that was more of a janky ass setup than I usually do, but hey, whatever works. Ooh, this is just a good remix. But yeah, I'll give like a minute to the people that may or may not want to join to like send a request out. And then I'll just like minute or two, I should say. And then I should eat my food. Yeah, this is more what you want. Or more what I want. Chicken fettuccine? Yeah, right before I kill a god? Bet. Hold it. You can heal? I would take a healer. I would usually be a tank main, but I wanted to do something different for the actual on-screen stuff. Is it... Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Then do a slight angle to it. You know, for the photo album. Let's just not even have depth of field on. And can we... What does turning off battle effects do? Not much in this connection. On this. Heals would skip the queue a little bit faster. Yeah, let me just take the screenshot. I'm just gonna take the screenshot off air because I don't know. Or off screen. Just so that people aren't like, woohoo! Where are we meeting at? Honestly, just send me a towel. Just send a towel and I'll just slap you in the party. Should be easy enough anyways. Cut. FF14's been doing that stuff that, or been doing the thing where, like, for a while they've been using the, main song in a trailer or some other important track as, like, a leitmotif of the actual expansion. And, like, this does feel like the culmination of it, even though we're not even halfway through. Toilet mist? Yep. I assume anyone who's sending me a tell right now is pretty much wanting to hop in. Although, you know how it is with this sort of thing, where it's like, people might just be like, woohoo, I would like to just clog up the chat window, but they will not. Alright, we'll pop the duty right on up. Dark inside. Oh yeah, that less than 5-minute wait time for a duty. That's rare. That's good and rare. It's also very nice of Zodiark. Big ass destroyer of worlds, big ass, like, god of darkness and whatnot. To just wait patiently. For the record, the screenshot that I took will be on my Twitter after the stream ends. It will be spoiler tagged, of course, but, like, you know. Just in case you're like, shit, I want the whole thing without the little chat censor. Professionals have standards. Absolutely. Well, I also know, like, I wouldn't have done it, I didn't do it for Shadowbringers because pretty much everyone's played Shadowbringers. I think, as far as spoilers go, if you are a creator, the current content is what you should tag. You can tag whatever you want. But if you're gonna spoiler tag anything, it should at least be current content. And as far as I'm concerned, the most recent expansion is considered current content until the next expansion comes out. I don't know if that's how the community sees it, but, like, whenever I see people doing, like, hey, here's some untagged Endwalker spoilers, I'm like, motherfucker, really? Why? Why would you do that to me? People have more than 70 hours of game to go. But, like, you know, I'm not gonna be the person who actually makes a stink out of it on the timeline, because I also don't care that much. Because I would argue that for the people that care in this community, that aren't caught up, there are also probably an equal amount that are caught up. So it's like, you know, it's kind of whatever. I'm also really glad with moments like this that the actual, what's it called? Fuck, I went to say something. Oh boy. Oh boy. Why did I... It's still kind of rude. You honestly forget a few times. No, I get that. I forget that. Okay, you say 56.6 kbps. That's kind of on par. Yeah, I feel like it is still a little rude. I tag pretty much anything that, like... I try to tag anything. I also think Endwalker has a much longer spoiler due date because it is the end of a 10-year arc instead of a continuation. Like, not gonna be the final expansion, probably not by a long shot. However, ends of arcs, I feel, have a different, like, spoiler barometer. Like, people to this day don't talk about the ending of Persona 4 in full clarity unless it's clearly tagged and marked, because that game is a murder mystery at the end of the day, and, like, telling you who the killer is, like, kind of a dick move by a lot of people, or by a lot of people's barometers. Which is why I also, like, don't, which is why I don't say that name either. Because it's just the polite thing to do for people that are still catching up. But also, you know, just calling them culprit instead of their name is a pretty easy way to walk around it. Let's actually get a good view of this area. It's probably nothing, like, outstanding, but it's gotta be kinda pretty, right? That is sure the inside of the moon. That is absolutely the inside of the moon. God, he is just... We are inside Zodiark. Oh, well. See, I can do things like I can jump on his hands and he won't care. Eh. You're still expert on moon stuff, but you're pretty sure that's not normal? Have you been inside a moon? It's weird until proven normal. This platform's about the only abnormal thing. Not yet. Not yet, they say. I cannot... Oh, commentary is probably gonna fall apart, but I can't stop looking at my coat swaying. It just looks so nice. It looks so delightful. It also really reflects the light in a really nice way. Because it's not a dyeable top, I don't think. Yeah, I can't dye it. At the same time, though, it's like... Look at that. Look at it. I feel like Party Finder would have been the easier way to do this than Duties, but I feel like it's too late to switch over to Party Finder now. And it's also like, what, Party Finder for MSQ? Who the hell am I? Actually, you know what? I say who does that, but like, I think I did it once. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, because the game forces you to do Crystal Tower now. And like, you know. Yeah, because I think I did Duty Finder for Crystal Tower, which is now technically MSQ, because MSQ will not progress if you do not do Crystal Tower. Because it is crucial to knowing... It is crucial to doing any content in Shadowbringers and knowing what the hell is going on. In fact, if Crystal Tower doesn't happen, then Shadowbringers shouldn't happen. It was super weird that Crystal Tower was not mandatory in the past. They also wanted you to do at least one raid to see if you'd like it. One of those where it's like, it's weird, but we could absolutely just, like, run you through it and see if that's content you enjoy. Hey, Dark Inside, let's go, let's go. You know, is it too late to say that I don't know what I'm doing? If it's MSQ progression, they don't throw anything too nasty at you. I really do like the look of Zodiark, because he also kind of reminds me of Skull Kid from Majora's Mask. You would think that they haven't thrown anything meaner than I've seen in Crystal Tower at me. They've thrown some dumb shit at me in the past, but nothing like... Whoop.
And it will be beautiful.
Alright, everyone have some DPS. Oh shit, Twilight didn't get it. That's fine. Ah!
The marvels of circus will be playthings.
Oh well. Wait. Oh fuck. And not enough time. When in doubt, when you don't know what's going on, but you see moves popping off, you can usually just follow the party. Now, if the party doesn't know what they're doing, oh dear.
Malice, become flesh.
Okay. Get right in between that sandwich. Also, it just occurred to me how much Katasha and I look alike. We could be distant sisters. Alright. The fact that we are not even halfway through is still, like, I don't understand how to... Ooh. Oh, that's a stack marker I ain't seen in a minute, but I think it means there's gonna be 3? Ah, okay, that means stack for a couple attacks. Okay.
Soon my hold over Zodiark shall be complete.
Alright, DPS buff, everyone.
Mine, all mine.
Oh. You know what? Warrior of Light did have a fucked up thing in it, actually, because Tank has to do Limit Break 3 or 4. Tank has to do a supercharged Limit Break on a timer. It's kinda nuts on that one. Alright. Again, if you see the healer putting down things to keep you from taking too much damage, then like... Oh. Oh, that's kinda cool, though. That's mean, but like in a way that if you've been playing good won't like kill you. Ooh, shit. Healer down, healer down. Oh, no. Yeah, this way, yeah? Oh, shit. Yeah, I misread that. That's just pure misread. Oh, well. I don't think we can clutch this one out, but that was a good run. Well, you know what? Samurai? Why are you? You know what? That doesn't surprise me anymore. Hold on, that might have actually been the optimal play. Yup. That's a play. Yeah, okay. I'm used to the game not letting you do that anymore. Okay. Again, still not quite as mean as the Warrior of Light.
And it will be beautiful.
Alright. Okay, that's undodgeable. I'm pretty sure. Unless I have missed something. And you know what? If Zodiark didn't have bullshit, if Zodiark didn't at least have one really tricky move, I would be a little disappointed. I'd be like, that's it? But now I don't have to be like, that's it. Because Zodiark had at least one weird trick. Doctors hate him. Alright. I can still make it. Oh, that worked a little too well. I should not do a move that late in. For the record, chat, don't do what I just did if you ain't certain it's gonna work. Not that it would have killed me, but it's like, I could have misjudged the timing. I could have misjudged the, I could have misjudged a lot, and that would have been maybe a little bit of a problem. Woohoo! DPS buff, anyone? Okay, dodged it. Maybe a little late, but still dodged it. Now let's just keep close to the party. If I keep close to the party, I don't got too much to worry about. Alright, that was cleaner. That just means we were a bit more prepared. Let's go, big boy. I really do like the final Zodiark. Just how fucked up he looks. It occurred to me that Sephiroth kind of looks like him. Hold up. Because it's if we stay in it, right?
All in existence, bent to my will.
Oh no! Oh, I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm gonna revive after that. Alright. I kind of love the macro that does the little jingle. There's something about it. Okay. We still have most of the party after that one. Yep. That way. Alright. Yep. Shit. I don't actually think I know how to... You know what? Let's just pop Crest of Time borrowed, maybe? Nope, we're fine. Man, I kind of wish that Red Mage was what I spec'd in, so that in moments like this I could... So that in moments like this I could maybe, like, pop a heal or pop a raise. 2, 3... This way? Oh god. Oh god.
Will you live to see the end?
And it's the tanks that live still. Okay, that's a little funny. That... I would be mad. Meteors are kind of bullshit. You know what? Can I pop Harvest Moon? I can.
And it will be beautiful.
You know what? Let's just prepare ahead of time. Oh, that move just puts you there. Okay. You know what? Just so I don't get my shit stomped. Okay. You know what? Yeah, I'll trust the person that has consistently kept it going the whole time. I did not mean to pop True North. I wanted to put Enshrouded on me. Oh well. Oh god, yeah, that looks like it just don't be there.
Will you live to see the end?
Yep. I can at least pop this on me. All things considered, like, our healers are hanging in there.
Soon my hold of a Zodiac shall be complete.
Fuck it. I think I can get this out.
Mine, all mine.
Alright. Now the real fight. Okay.
At last, I am become Zodiac.
Alright. I'm gonna follow you. Yeah, I'm gonna follow you. You have not died a single time unless it was of your own volition. Any of our tanks, I trust where they're going. Okay, so it's a... Okay.
My life's work, my masterpiece.
What? Nice, nice. I probably didn't need to egress there, but, you know. And that's an at me.
Waited for this day.
And not at anyone in the party. Gah! Shit! Oh, I am too lucky. Oh, I see how we're doing. I see how this rolls. And we can still attack him while in that state. Noted.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies,
All right.
fall tears of flame.
You know where you're going. Oop, some of us are gonna get wings there. Yep.
To see the end.
I think we're gonna have one drop. Okay. Ah, ha ha. Ha ha. See, you pop that. But that's what... Oh, God. That's what Enshroud heals are for. So that I don't take up that much time from the actual healers. You know, I'm always so afraid of, like, maybe, oh, what if I don't inconvenience the healer? And then it's like, I'm going to inconvenience the healer no matter what I do, because no matter what I do, I will take damage at all. I don't think hitless is possible in most things. Okay. I would like to be taught differently on that one though, because I would like to see some real tough content be ran through hitless. All right. No, not True North. Enshroud. Is he gonna turn the arena? Yes. Yeah, you know what? If you're jumping in place, I think I get it. I think I get the picture. Woo. Alright. I'm also ever so thankful that stack markers have a noise associated. Just like, it's just nice to know that if we're gonna be getting fucked up real bad, then at least the game has the respect to tell me with a noise. Just like little features like that telling me like, hey, the game plays like this and has appropriate warnings. That's why coin counter was so weird back in the day.
Will you live to see the end?
Oh god. Okay, I'm taking damage. That means I'm helping people. Fuck. Okay, someone's saying I'll be 3 heal on that. I don't pretend to actually know. Oh wait, did I live? I thought I died. Deadass thought I was dead.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Okay. That's... okay.
Will you live to see the end?
You know? The fight wasn't so bad when I realized, man, all I've got to do is think. All I gotta do. Just make sure I use my noggin. I gotta dust it off first, but hey. Aside from the meteors, there ain't nothing that this game's, or that this fight throws at me that you can't just be like, don't worry about it.
Will you live to see the end?
Oh, shit. Oh, this might be unfortunate. All you gotta do is press the turbo button on your brain. You say that. But yeah. No, 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 no. Whoa! Did I get rescued while jumping out? Did I? Is that what just happened? Oh no! We're so close! Just pull it out. Just do what you gotta do. Because if it was rescue that I just saw happen, that'd make sense. Unless that attack has some absurd knockback. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, hold on. We have one tank, we have one healer. And Warrior does a shitload of damage. Do it! You've got it! You've got this! Come on! I think you guys actually have this. Just keep that healer buffed up, and since you're Sage, or keep that tank buffed up, and since you're Sage, you can do it. Hold on, hold on. I am at the edge of my goddamn seat. It's like you just gotta prevent some misfortune. There's also less AoEs to dodge now since there are only 2 of you. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Come on. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, I can't even be mad.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Oh, like, there's the occasional thing you see in a video game that's just, you were hoping. I was also hoping. Y'all heard me, I was cheering them on. But that shows me that we can do it. We were just really fucked over by one thing. Just one more thing is what did us in, and that's fine.
Malice, become flesh.
All right. I don't know if it's tracking because I'm not looking at my other screen right now, but I have this big dumb fucking smile on my face. Cause I'm just digging it. I'm just having fun.
Will you live to see
That smile comes, I hope. Because it's always the same smile, but it probably looks like the tracked smile, honestly. So I feel like my best use of my big DPS move is to pop it like when we all have a stack to hit. Because if we all have to hit stack, then that means, like, then that means we're guaranteed to all be in the same place and able to do moves. It's the ability to do moves that make me pause a little. I bet. Part of me loves that preoccupied as a status. Oh, I can pop it now. Guilt-free.
the natural order overturned.
Katasha, over here. Please.
All in existence.
Oh, please don't die. Please don't die. Oh, no, you're good. Hell yeah. I was just worried about you getting Venn diagrammed.
Life's work. My
So it's like, oh god, what if? Yep. Yeah, in moments where the player is forced to do things
waited for this day.
like when players are forced to do a thing in oh no. Raiden.
All in existence. Bent to my will.
Also, in these moments, we are still able to attack, so a, as a sussy Scott gave for both sides is perfectly fine. No, that's fair.
Cataclysm.
That's fair.
From broken
Okay.
skies fall tears of flame.
I'm just gonna follow Looney.
All shall burn.
Oh no. I'm just gonna, because I think that's the last volley of them.
Will you live to see the end?
Yeah, this moment specifically is like optimal for sure. Give everyone Arcane Circle. Okay. Okay, bet. Okay. I could have stopped in Shroud for a second. Yeah, someone put it really well, where it's like... I don't think I've said this on stream, but I may have. Where, like, World of Warcraft does their encounter design as, do you have the better numbers, yes or no? And, like, that's fine. In FF14, encounters like this are more of a choreographed dance. And I really like the dance. Because this feels really cool to dodge. I like the dance a lot more than I like the number stick encounters. Now, this comes from someone who hasn't played World of Warcraft dedicated for a good decade. Not since... How long has it been since Cataclysm came out? Like, I'm not a WoW refugee, technically. Oh, I thought I read the... That's my bad. But yeah, like, I remember raid content in that game being like, do the encounter and do it with the biggest number. Howdy, Badoosie. Howdy. Yeah, FF14 wants you to do steps. And I like steps. Oh, hey there, bud. I'm just following Looney.
Will you live to see the end?
Shit. I think. Shit. I should have popped sprint. I should have popped sprint. But we're close. We're real close. And if I am the only one that is dead right now... Bada bing, bada boom. It really does go counter to, like, years of, like, mental training to, like, don't stand in the fucking, in the red. And it's like, no, this one, this encounter wants you to. How's everyone? I'm doing alright. Slept a lot longer than I meant to, but hey, blessing in disguise, I hit a milestone. I hit a milestone, I've skipped most of the queue time for a fucking, whoop, for a trial. Like, let's go. GG, everyone. GG. I had fun. Oh. You didn't see the 500? Don't worry about it. Player commendation. I was gonna say, is Looney still here? No. Looney left. I am going to send... Can I not? Thought I could. I think I still can, I just need to... Well done. My preparations are complete, and I stand ready to seal Zodiark once more. Withdraw now from this place. The teleporter will deliver you to safety. Oh, this is just great.
Insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins.
So, out of curiosity, Chaos, was what happened there that you popped rescue while I was doing egress? I have to know. Because I think it was you that was the healer at the moment.
All I wanted was for you.
Oh, fuck off! You were dead? Oh, wait, I thought you... Oh. I didn't see that you were dead. I thought... Shit, I must have gotten names mixed up.
What better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the
Oh. Oh, you think you can?
coming of the final day.
You think you can? And maybe, potentially you could. Fandaniel's up there with, like... I think Fandaniel might actually be up there with Kefka for me. For, like, actual FF villains that I love. Because, like, Zodiark... We don't know what Zodiark's actually like. He's probably just evil Hydaelyn. And even then, is Hydaelyn evil? The answer is no.
How quickly strength fades and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time.
Ooh, I really love the design for Fandaniel.
Nothing left undone.
Yo,
Inherit
hold
my
up.
hell. I intone with glee.
Yeah, I think he might actually be up there with Kefka.
The man I was
For real.
will weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt.
Level 100 Bard. Yeah?
But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Hydaelyn and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday.
Okay, it was always Zende. I always thought I was pronouncing it wrong. Any name that has an X suddenly in it makes me, like, pause for a second. Kingdom Hearts was hell for a very young Bedlam.
Your oblivion.
But then I'm like, oh, those names are easy. So for the record, yeah, over a decade. I haven't played WoW in over a decade. Cataclysm came out in 2010. I'm not that old. I was correct. Thank God. Woo! Oh, this is never good. This is never good. But it ain't been since A Realm Reborn that we've seen this shit. Wait, what? Why does Hydaelyn have the sand plague? Deep breaths, slow and steady. Okay, I guess Hydaelyn doesn't have the sand plague. Thank God. You saw it too, yes? The blue star below, thrown into turmoil. The hell did I fucking see? Then it was no illusion. All was truth. With the death of Zodiark, the laws of nature which he presided have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. What you witnessed was an omen granted by the Echo, a vision of the horrors to come. So we have accidentally thrown the world into what could be another flood. Time grows short. Yeah, Hydaelyn and Zodiark are, like, necessary for existence to continue. And, yep, of course you're still around. Thorn in my goddamn side. Cool entrance, though. Woo! So that's what your enshroud looks like, huh? You're proud of me, Bedlam. Kappa. I don't think I've ever actually seen Kappa thrown into my chat until now. 3 years of streaming and nobody throws a Kappa at me.
I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
Really? Yeah, shockingly. A lot of my viewers, like, a lot of my regulars aren't Twitch regulars.
Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage.
What are you
For the
talking about?
was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic
Sleepy time for you. Congrats on finishing Zodiark. Enjoy the rest of the time. Oh, enjoy the rest of the time on the moon. It'll be nothing but happiness.
Pure.
Good night, Katasha. Hope to see you around. Hope to see you around some more. BRB, take your time. Take your time. Hope will win the day. I want to throw hero words at you.
We shall see.
That's a really good reply. It's like, hey, I'm gonna say some hero shit, and the game is like, mm-hmm. We'll see. I really do love how fucking tall he is. Like, there's just something about making a main villain of yours taller than the majority of the player characters will ever be. Like, you can probably get to his height with a female Rogadine, or like a male, or a male Aura. Maybe both Vieira. But that's like a really small amount of players outside of like the Vieira, because like, to my knowledge, the most popular players, or the most popular races are Femme Aura and female Makote, I think? But the data I have is, like, ancient. It didn't apply to... Like, Bun Boys weren't there yet. I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiac and the end of all things. Yeah, I bet. What you got for me? Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. Well, I have more than ill tidings to share, you see. I sensed others arriving not long ago. Though my communications with Heidelin have grown infrequent, I have learned from her to know these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. Yeah, cat girls are like second most popular, I'm almost certain. But I don't know if that data is still true. Cause a whole new gender of an already beloved race is there. But yeah, a lot of people just want to be a cat girl, and like, who am I to stop them, really? FF14, most popular race. What is the most popular race recently? Oh yeah, Lalafell are also up there. But like, that's a lot of Japanese players. We all have a wish for a cat girl maiden, don't you try to deny it? I've had my fill. I like lizard girls a bit more. Okay. So, for the record, in the world, 26 million characters. Here we are. Male here are actually the most popular, but of the players that stay, female Makote, female Aura, and then male here still, then male Vieira, then it looks like female Lalafell, female Vieira. Okay. Yeah, because, like, male human is always going to be at the top. But that's not even considering that, like, of the 26 million characters that have been made, only 917,030 of those players are, quote, at endgame. This is data from FF14census.com, and this is the statistics of March this year. And an endgame character refers to anyone with a minion and mount for completing the Endwalker MSQ from the patch 6.0 story. So, like, there is a specific definition of what is endgame and what is blank. That also probably means that within the year, we're probably going to see that number actually hit 1 million. Archer is the most popular job, or the most popular class. The most popular job is Arcanist? That can't be. Oh, you know what? That's of endgame characters. Okay. Shockingly, Marlborough has the most players? I would have sworn it was like Balmung or Mateus. Where's Xcal? Pretty high up there. You never pick a human race in an RPG? The only times I pick a human race are when I am trying to go for specific numbers. Like, I played one D&D session where I was trying a specific build and I needed the shit that humans gave me. Tell y'all what. With all that talking, though, I did run out of tea. I'll be right back. Let's say, like, 3-5 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, everyone. I didn't realize I also I've noticed this a lot. I've had to use the bathroom a lot more lately, but at the same time, I've noticed that, like, I'm a lot more hydrated. Like, I've swapped my primary. We had some fun in chat. I'm reading. I'm doing light reading. Yeah, y'all had fun. Y'all had fun. Wait, hold on. I was gonna say, let me just double check that things didn't go really wrong somewhere else. Alright, things are good. Okay. So, but yeah, I've swapped over, like, my main liquid of choice in the past few days to tea. Not even for, like, economic reasons or, like, health reasons, but just because I realized, oh shit, we have tea in the house. And, like, I've noticed I'm just overall, like, feeling better. Still, it's not quite as caffeinating as coffee, I don't think, but I'll figure that out. You love some good cup of tea? I was given an electric kettle for Christmas this year, and, like, I've mostly used it to just brew sleepy time tea. But I found out that we actually had some black tea bags, and I'm like, oh shit, right, because I had to make like mass quantities of tea for a party. And now that party is over, we have like 3 boxes left. And it's like, well, shit. What am I gonna do aside from drink it? I'm probably still gonna have coffee because I like coffee, but like, overall, tea with lemon, goddamn. Game changer. What can I say? Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could do to subdue the Tempered before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent's healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Kryl hath also been delivered unto their care. Serving as a conduit for Hydaelyn's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. Someone told me that many Americans use the microwave to brew water. Americans that don't have a kettle do. But a lot of houses have kettles in them. Most Americans just don't drink tea, and if they drink tea, it's shit they're buying at, like, the gas station. Or it's tea that does not require to be warmed. Like, I've also got a thing of iced tea in the fridge that I made. That's really goddamn good. As for Alphino and Alisay, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. But what matter of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this ally whom Hydaelyn bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Amaron. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Hydaelyn together with this place. Wait, no. I was created by Hydaelyn together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiark. Or rather, it was my duty. Then Zodiac is no more. And not without consequence, I am afraid. For now, the delicate weave of the star, preserved by his presence, will begin to unravel. If you meant to avert the final days, you shall have need of... Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiarc's release have all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest for a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means. If you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? I shall leave that to you, Roxy, while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on these lower levels. But yeah, the Americans making tea in the microwave is largely a convenience thing, or a lack of tools thing, than an actual, like, I prefer it that way. Like, I know that there's a lot of Southerners I know who actually make their tea in a big pot. Because when they make tea, they make it for mass quantities of iced tea. And that's, fucking... Oh, my brain is... I woke up, like, 3 hours ago, give or take, and I'm still reckoning with that fact. Yeah, they make it in a pot, but that's because they need a lot of it at once. Actually, hey, with these crystals, is there only the one so far? Okay. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiarc flows through your mind. Daily summary, no anomalies found. Daily summary, no anomalies detected. Daily summary, no anomalies detected. These appear to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiarc's imprisonment. I actually really like the big pot method, but I actually just... Because my electric kettle might as well be a big pot, because it basically wants you to put in... It basically wants you to put in water, and then... brew the 1 cup of tea you need, and then reheat, and then reboil the water when you need more. It may as well have been a big pot, so... That's what I ended up doing. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past calamities flows through your mind. As the records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiarc's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiarc's imprisonment appears to tax Heidelin greatly. Huh. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past rejoinings flows through your brain. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event that Zodiarc broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the, quote, Loporits, though it's not clear who or what they are. As you gaze into the crystal, a record of an unexpected visitor flows through your mind. The records note the Watcher's musings when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiarc from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remained hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realized that we would never dare bring harm to Zodiarc, so long as he remains imprisoned. Just came back, had something to deal with. You did not read anything of it. I read it. I read it all. Silence, Redditor. Did you learn anything of import? So it's as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has been growing higher with every rejoining. There was nothing. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral Calamity. I too made another startling discovery. This heavenly body we know as the moon was in fact created by Hydaelyn. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Hydaelyn's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined. Oh, we got Kappas in chat. Hell yeah. You let one in and they just infest your chat. I'll get the cucumbers ready. I thank you for affording me this short reprieve. We all love some good Kappas. I do. I actually like it. I like that face. Makes me smile.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary.
I also love.
There is much we
I
can
love
learn
Kappas.
of
I love
Zodiac and
tea.
its imprisonment. But perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single word, Aetheris. One day, from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, affecting a profound change in the manner of life. We were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
They were not. However, the convocation struck upon a method to predict where next the corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. The currents which course through the land and seas. Those which flow through the very air. And those of a celestial nature which encompass both our star and this moon. Yeah, what would you do with a cabaret in an Osaka alleyway?
I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
I'm just saying. Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time know their existence. Their invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of earth and air, the celestial currents form a vast network, but the etherical distribution is not consistent. The convocation soon realized that the inciting incidents occurred in regions where the flow was weakest. Correlation without clear cause, ultimately. Nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of aether was observed in the nearby currents. It doesn't surprise me at all how ingrained aether is.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Either is a scale. Either is a big scale. Precisely. With the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted. I really love how this thing looks.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Heidelin did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed, there was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but their aim was never to unmake him. So that means Van Daniel's really going nuclear option. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need remain, for his departure would set in motion those apocalyptic events once more. Heidelin recognized this as well, and so, rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiac, herself, and the star into lesser reflections, that she might confine him to this place. I could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. Like, legitimately, I could have sworn that's what she told me directly. Perhaps she did. But with all beings, intent is not always in accord with spoken word. She also may have never realized that it would get this bad and that I would grow this powerful. Like, I may be her champion, but still. Heidelin and Zodiac are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiac was, without question, the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half Etheris' population. What did I even say that caused closed captioning to say that? Thus it was necessary for Heidelin to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still, more effort was needed to confine him. Legitimately? Really? Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly. With what power she dared spare, she cried out to any who may listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Etheris and her history. Sorry if I'm really quiet here. I'm really just trying to sink in. Like Zodiac, Heidelin's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linger in a prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt my word. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust
I
her
mean,
plans, then I choose to do just that.
what is a god if not a very powerful
Brings me to a
primal?
rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days.
Uh-huh.
Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
That's a good question. The nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Oh, shit. Yeah, if we fail, we fail. Bring ruin to the source, and its reflections will share in its fate. Oh god, this isn't even Way of the World. This is straight up Weight of all worlds. Oh, fuck. Yup. Well, if you're gonna make the final expansion and make it feel like a proper finale, might as well have those stakes. Ah, it is ready. This way, if you would be so kind. This is just... I am fucking fascinated. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is
So it's a hop, skip, and a jump that way? Hydaelyn knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she had ever struggled to hold Zodiark and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst, and so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. Yeah, I joked about some This moon is more than a prison. It is a vessel capable of bearing the people of Atheris to safe harbor. I was making a joke about, quote, some Elden Ring shit. The shit that Zodiark is spewing out of his Zodiark hole. You need not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them. Like, the big hole that we fought him in is doing Elden Ring shit and fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the dark. Like, that looks like the ring. Oh well. Well, I'm already pissed. I'm this far down, so I figure in for a penny and for a pound. Alright. Pop the weapon coffer. That's another Bismuth War Scythe. That means I can sell this one. The time has come to watch you... Fuck me. Oh. Ooh, that's the worst my dyslexia has done in a while. Where it took this text and put it here. The time has come for you to be on your way. At the center of Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiark was imprisoned, it is not so easily traversed. However, let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. Do a big whistle. As Heidelin created me as a jailer, so too did she create Argos as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange. Mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand and attempt to call him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way. If he labors in service to Heidelin's plan, I can see no reason to not do as he suggests. Shall I make for this crushing brand, then? You know, there's a really quicker way, guys. I like to think the Scions see the Warrior of Light do shit like that and be like, but why? Why would you... And the Warrior of Light's like, no, it's fine. It's fine. They're like, your legs have shot into your chest. And it's like, yeah, I regen pretty quick, though. You know what? Yeah, okay. Because this will give us some gemstones. I'd rather have some than none at all. And this also can't give us that much XP. Yeah, see? 7 gemstones, that's nothing to sneeze at. Nothing a med kit can't fix. Yeah, exactly. You get me. You understand what I mean. Let me actually, like, peek in there. You know, that sure is an evil hole. Can't help but notice, is this like a primo fishing spot? Like, it's not taking me out of the experience, it's just kind of jarring to be like, and then there's this cave, there's this little cavern, and everyone is fishing in it. It's like, what? Scusi? Oh, this is where that other player was, and that's why he was moving so weird. Gordon may break his bones all the time or find himself in dangerous dark energy cores, but a medkit? Back to new? No. I imagine that the actual, like, what's in a medkit actually redistributes itself into the HEV suit. Now, that doesn't explain what happens in Half-Life Alyx, where, like, Alyx can take just as much of a beating. Well, you know what? I say that, but she can't take nearly as much punishment as Gordon can. But she is, however, a lot more mobile in lore, anyways. And, like... Fun fact about Half-Life Alyx, by the way. Those healing stations... used to freak the fuck out of my Phantom Sense. Like, I would feel each individual, like, poke and prod. It wouldn't be painful. But I would feel it tingling there, and it's like, And it doesn't help that it has haptics. This place we seek is just ahead from the Chlorophosgrot? Chlorophosgrot? You didn't even think about that? Now you're even more excited? I mean, like, it's not that bad. It was never painful. It was just weird. And that's not to say that you're gonna have the same reaction. You see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient aether. You'd be hard-pressed to find a greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. The hell? Haha, the hell you are! Do both of you actually come up and fight? Yep. Okay. Bet. Yeah, like, there is no guarantee that your Phantom Sense will be stronger or weaker than mine, so you might not share that experience, but it's still nuts. That beat the fuck out of me, but it'll do. Can't help but think that these things look like nodes. Like Allegan nodes. They're not. There's no way they are, but they look like them. Curious. This place doth remind me of Platanai, home of the new Mo. The god of Zodiac's prisoner? Blood-red eyes, slavering maw, built like a behemoth. I'd imagine that. Let's hope he's friendly. The entire cave is thrumming with ambient aether. Alas, any further analysis will have to wait. Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar sprungoi draw aether from the ground, which when dispersed in the air at present, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argos to manifest. Hey, a Combine Health Charger pokes into your hand. What more could you want? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Might you be willing to spare some of your own to help the Spungoi along? Yeah, okay. I wonder if I can have this in my room. You love how it expands on what's inside such a station? Same. I actually imagine if we get a Half-Life 2 remaster, it'll have those health kits. Not that we'd ever get one, I don't think, but... Argos manifests in a flash. Seems glad to see you again. A most fascinating creation of Heidelin's, would you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. Though I assure you it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. No, Argos was quite eager to be at your side then. I cannot recall when he showed such an affinity towards anyone, and indeed I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more than a sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. As for your companions... Scions of the Seventh Dog! Unexpected, but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready. Then let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. You kill for Half-Life 2 Source 2 even if it's the same games and models with newer textures. I mean, realistically, if I were in charge of the project, it would just be Half-Life 2 but with Half-Life Alyx assets. Shit. How do I get out? How do I get out? How do I get out? Yamate! Yamate! Okay, come on. I hate that noise. I hate that noise so fucking much. I hate it. It's like a cartoon skitter. Hate. Let me tell you something about hate. And now we're gone from there. Let's hope to God we never have to kill them. Let's hope to God we don't have to fight them en masse. And if we do, let us hope it is fast. Your destination is the structure there across the cradle of darkness. But climb onto Argos's back and he will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to arouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together, you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Our allies' assurances notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it's best if we do not go all at once. I propose 2 of us cross while Thancred and Urianger wait here. Yeah, okay. I get to ride a dog with Y'shtola. A malefic aether yet permeates the crater. Remnants of Zodiark, most like. I like this camera work. They're having fun. I'm curious what that trench is. Oi! Thank you to Tim82 for the follow. Welcome to the cabaret. Hope you enjoy your stay. Just a little further. Oi! Oi! The structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Emirati. Came with Katasha, was busy in a meeting until now? No, don't worry about it. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let's head inside and... Oh? 2 of them? Most intriguing. A means by which he can serve energy, mayhap. Well, I certainly won't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. Thank you, Argos. We'll take things from here. If Argos is to remain without, let's not keep him waiting over long. Are we gonna go, like, right into a dungeon? Because if so, that's gonna be kind of a surprise. Oh, no. Holy shit. That is... I didn't even consider how huge that'd be.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Maybe. Maybe. Hey yo! It's Tweeting Way! Ah! Ah! Yeah, fucking go! Holy shit! There are so many of them! I don't even care if they're built to be marketable plushies. I love them so much. More than 2 of them. More than two, Mimir.
I know. This 1,243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance for Zodiac.
Tweeting way, Facebook way, Google way, TikTok way, Snapchat way, so on. I'm almost certain they only did that on the Twitter.
As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose: to bear the people of Etheirys to safety.
Thank God I was pronouncing it correctly.
My friends,
I love them so much.
we must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive.
Mm-hmm.
I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Etheirys. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
Oh, this is the best! They're like the minions for depressed weebs. I love them.
It is a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Look at all them! I was genuinely expecting, like, little robots that look like little robots. Not little rabbits. Can we all agree that in the end is a banger? Yeah. It always was. Always has been. They must really like Loprit. They must fuck me running. Ooh, dyslexia. Hello, my old friend. Why are you flaring up now again? They must be the Loprits mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I imagine that the one that gave the rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask in order to track them down. Come on then, let's be about it. Huh. Hello, Trading Way. Saw the fun the traders on Etheirys were getting up to, and I thought, hey, I could do that. So here I am, awaiting eagerly your patronage and bi-colored gemstones. Apparently edible. Huh. Well, I'll be. Alright, the chipper lockprit. Fighting way. Oh? The leader of the crew? Not me, I'm afraid. Singing way is the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispiest, cleanest air for the people of Etheirys, and that's a promise. Can I just, like, walk along this, jump up, take the aether current? Dancing way? Ah! Okay, I might as well talk to him. I've decided to form a fellowship of protectors to escort the people as they arrive. So relax, you and yours are in safe paws. Very, very safe paws. I heard that your kind hop about when they hear music. Is that true? Can you turn it off? It's just... I am very easily pleased. Man, I hope that Tweeting Way comes back, like, next year. Lita? No. Sleeping Way. My job is... perhaps I better ask. Hehe. They better fucking sell Loprits. They better. I love them so much. I want one on my desk. They're just little worker rabbit. On the moon, no less. Do I need any of my junk mended? It could use a little tune-up. Boosting Way. Why don't we have any FF14 roleplayers that play one of these? I know there's a shitload of them on Twitch. Or on Twitter, How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Were you the one giving orders earlier? Me? Oh yeah, of course. As the only one around here capable of doing anything properly, it falls on me to take charge of the others. Well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it? That's all of them. A group comprised entirely of children? What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter, you needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. Goodness me, we shouldn't be standing around and gawping. I must take you to meet the others. Why is that so difficult for me? Ooh. If you could run along to the back, run along the back toward the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There is no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large, glowing bowl at the center, if you should find yourselves lost. I shall gather the others and meet you here. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. Thank you to Wolf That Meows for the raid. Hey, how we doing? How you doing? How you doing, Gabby? How you doing? Let me show you something. It's the last stream before your move, so sharing the love before you go MIA. Well, I hope you stay safe then. You know, if I recall, you should have my Discord, so that means you can get a hold of me if you need me. Hope the move is safe and all that. And I hope it's not too far. Or at least not too tricky to get to. You know, they were right. There is no wrong way. If you're going up, you're going the right way. You'll be on Discord, but you'll be driving from Cali to Florida? Ugh. Oh dear. That's a bit of a ways. Oh wait, can I? Oh fuck yeah. Okay. No, this is like mildly faster. It doesn't feel faster though, I'll tell you what. But it will be faster. Bum bum bum. That's why you do accelerated back hops? Some of us can't back hop. Spoken or skill issue literally is.
My name is Livingway, and we are the Lockerites, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Etheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name, net breeder and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all. But
You use a macro that spams spacebar, so you're not any better. That's fair.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Etheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of unfortunately culminated in Zodiac's
Yeah, no fault of my own. No fault of my own. It's all good. It's all hunky fucking dory.
Your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations.
Should we tell them?
Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further.
Should we tell them? I mean, like, how much does it really matter that we tell them?
Here we have Etheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade.
Right.
A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Etheris, bringing an end to all life. There is that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a way of putting it.
By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
Well,
The doom and gloom.
more of a contingency.
Expected.
Or, I guess Heidelin anticipated this would happen.
Imagine, if you will, that Etheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun.
Does that mean they're moon carrots? Where are they getting their carrots?
Stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Etheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
I really love the voice work that they've got for them.
As the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so. We will
Little
gather as
Benoit.
many
Yeah.
supplies and resources as
Huh.
Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim, which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of
Hey, yo, holy shit. Oh god. 2 seconds. Hey, Awasi, how you doing? How was your stream? Seems like it was good. Awasi raid, Awasi raid.
I dare say it is beyond anything I've ever seen.
Well, give me a second. I gotta show y'all something. So what I'm gathering is I should stream at just the deadest hours of night. Anyways, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? How was Nier? How was Nier? Give me 2 seconds. I'm playing something Nier adjacent, technically.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully
Was wonderful? Good. Absolutely.
Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world at its
Haven't had any hard-hitting moments yet? Oh dear.
and the Watcher.
You
the
will.
one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
Huh.
There's certainly more
But,
to all than meets the eye.
like,
Might I ask where exactly?
why do you look like that is the question.
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement.
Oh, I love Mapping Way's voice. I love Mapping Way's voice so much.
Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement.
Oh, they're so fucking cute.
No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
From who?
The Watcher, maybe?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we work to perform regularly scheduled maintenance,
Yeah, you know what?
greeted by the resources
That's
given
fair.
us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges?
You know what? That's not a bad plan.
You're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
Yeah, no, about that.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise. I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists. Much less how to
I'm
do so much
pretty
as
sure
stars.
my parents on the step are long dead. But I wouldn't know.
Who in blazes let you on my moon?
Heidelin.
Heidelin herself led you here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't say. Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so little baby cat?
I fucking love this track specifically. It's so so good.
Such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
Found it all. Someone could have at least scribbled a note.
Oh, this is the best.
Oh, this. One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Etheria blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
Well?
Building Ray, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
There's just something about them.
Perhaps you could
They're
tell us
so
a bit
marketable.
about terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk
Yeah.
complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers to be.
That's a good plan. Yeah, okay, bet. Give me 1 second to put on a new shirt. Death gauge expanded. Hold up. I accidentally spat on my hand. What do you mean? Upon learning the trait Enhanced Shroud, consuming stacks of Lemur's Shroud will grant stacks of Void Shroud in their place. Void Shroud can then be consumed to execute actions such as Lemur's Slice or Lemur's Scythe. Once enshrouded, the Death Gauge will display the time remaining to play host to your avatar, as well as your stacks of Lemur's Shroud, which are consumed to use powerful attacks such as Void Reaping and Communio, acquired at level 90. Shroud Gauge signifies the strength of your bond with your avatar. When the gauge is sufficiently filled, you can execute Enshroud to temporarily serve as host to your avatar. Soul Gate. Okay. Oh shit, yeah, no, before purple carrot juice. Y'all ever had purple carrots? I ain't. Alright, let's just make sure. Yep, that's better than what we're wearing. Ooh. How well does that die? Super well. It's not what I would wear for the rest of the... It's not what I would primarily wear, but... Noted. Glamour plate, plate 14. Ooh. Right then, now that you're all here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. Won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur, and it's imperative that... So it is imperative that we need to be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there's anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. And address it we shall. Here at Bestways Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriad amenities that we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions about them. I'm sure you're all worked up for an appetite, so let's say we begin with foodstuffs. Meet me at the Caratorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies. The Caratorium! Oh, these little dears! She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Atheris' rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn what we can about the Loprits and this vessel. The Caratorium! Oh, what little dears! Anyways. Again, if you're not in combat, it will always at least go back down to 1 HP. Or at most. So, like, if you're not in combat and you're not jumping into an area with a bunch of enemies, don't worry about it. Holy shit. I would die for these things. I love them so much. They are so fucking precious. Little robot rabbit that's gonna try and kill me. Is that a cheese grater? Yeah, let me actually... What? This track? Yo. Yo, you know? Love the design of this whole place. It's so cool. Welcome to the Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production. Cooking Way, pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say that we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received. I've practically worn the words from these invaluable pages. Naturally, we are also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have a fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up, and we're all quite famished. Hop along to the platforms there, and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself with anything you like. So hearing that we're going to be getting basically like a Harvest Moon style like side game in this doesn't surprise me if it's a lot related. I mean, they're just big ass carrots. Which carrot will I choose? Red? The soft texture and redolent aroma from the crimson creation belie its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compounded by its mystery, leading you to be perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. You picked blue? I'll pick red. On second thought, you like to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cooking Way whether it's safe to eat first. I understand the precaution, but game. The Warrior of Light can take it. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Obscenely large carrot. Even Viera are like to swoon at the sight so grand a carrot, or be offended by all those who assume that they would. Howdy, Jay. Yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please, dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. I bet. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. It's oddly tender as you begin to chew. A rich aroma begins to fill your nostrils. A newfound vigor begins swelling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may simply be indigestion. What do you think? Unlike anything you ever tasted, yes? The iron carrot can be a bit difficult to digest, but the boost to endurance it promises makes it a perfect meal before a day of heavy lifting. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. But what if I don't like carrots. You don't like carrots? Oh, you must be out like 'em served in this fashion. Worry not, we have pureed versions on hand if you haven't the time to chew. I take it you too had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and naught else? If I may ask, why exactly did your collaborators share with you about the cuisine on Theris? Surely you are aware that we have abundances of dishes and foods you could emulate. Oh, of course we are, but well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, I dare say we would have been at a loss for where to begin. And so we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying foods, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. Well, that's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concerns was efficiency. And what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When we were first created, we were all named in the old tongue, you know? That otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language, adverbs, gerunds, present continuous verb conjunctions, just the basics. Then we found terms related to our given tasks, and then we used them to form new names. Ain't they helpful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore didst I deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never been able to pronounce our original names anyways. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should be able to preserve flora and fauna from Theris as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear that there is naught but carrots on the menu. They would have to work with, they would more than likely have to work with Charlian, honestly. I think we've all had a fill on carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. Okay. What's the carrot juice give me? Skill, speed, and vitality, so it's nothing, like, out of this world. It's not, like, raid food. But, like, I mean, it does give the XP. It does give the, XP gain boost, so I guess there's that. How much does XP gain mean when you're eating food to be raid food, though? Like, at the end of the day, I would imagine raids are, like, all high-level content and that you wouldn't need the XP boost, and that's kind of a secondary feature that people eat for dungeons. I really do love this track. It's got just this whimsy to it that, like, I find... Like, a lot of modern games just don't have a whimsy that isn't, like, suffocating, if they have it at all. And, like, this is kind of perfect. Happy belated Pride Month, everyone. Here we are, the apparel production section. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task, creation magics. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the selfsame affinity for magic her people possessed. We have rather amazing talents, of course, and I know that you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized aether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with extra viz we need. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear that we've read about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume. This was also taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on the clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers while they see to the rest. I swear to God, if they dress me up in a little carrot outfit, like the Family Guy banana suit, I will lose my goddamn mind. But I will think it is very, very funny. Yeah, I don't know, the whimsy here, it feels like old Disney, at least soundtrack-wise. Not like old Disney, but like VHS era Disney? Ah, it's you, one of the visitors from Atheris. Goodness me, Mappingway wasn't kidding, you really are smaller than a watcher. Oh, right, you're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you give me to fashion for you today? A fashionable and refined ensemble? Something simple yet functional. An outfit that embodies my bloodlust. Fuck it. Embodies your what? This will only take a moment. I want to know what give me violent clothing looks like. I mean, it's nothing if not practical. There we are, all finished. Perfect fit if I do say so myself. I would be lying if I said I understood what bloodlust is, but I assume it's something you enjoy. I've made certain the clothes are flexible yet sturdy enough to endure whatever it is you plan to do while wearing them. Would you look at that? Speechless. And here I thought you may not like it. If you've a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Look at your map for the garments change area to effect. Speak with the rest of the Loperate to restore or prolong the garment change. So this is way better than they did something in Stormblood where we had to. Okay, hold on. Okay, so it has not at all actually changed like anything ability-wise. It's literally just a glamour. Let's see. Does it actually exemplify the bloodlust thing? Ah, okay. Okay. I like that. It's gonna be a bit weird getting used to it, but like, you know. Okay, so it's I can use abilities while wrecking house. That would extend the amount of time that I can. That would extend the amount of actions I can do while in the shroud. That makes sense to me. No one said you'd be coming. How can I help you? You wish to try my clothes? Really? Of course, it would be my honor. Did you have anything in mind? You surprise me. Fuck me up, fam. I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do. I mean, it's not worse. It's no worse than what we used to wear in, like, the level 1 to 30 range. Ooh. Hold on. This is a bit closer. So, my best work yet. It's a relatively new concept incorporating an idea that's never been tried with clothing before. Fragrance. Can you smell the carrots? Simply divine. I was just worried about how the concept would turn when you put it to proof, but it looks stunning on you. Just don't go and show living way. Oh wait, no. Complete opposite. Why don't you come and enjoy living way? Why don't you come and show living way? I'm sure she'd be eager to see what you've come up with. Must continue wearing these garments to progress. Huh, this reminds me of the time I was playing FF14 and they dressed me up in a little carrot suit. I chose brown because it's the color of poo. Did I just repurpose the fucking "this is worse than the time I was sus" joke? Yes. But you get no actual effort from me if you're gonna make me do a Family Guy joke. I will just steal jokes from them. God damn it, that got you really good. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. No. No. That's not funny. My, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. Shush, you needn't speak. I can see that your adoration for the moon and wheel operates in our eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our creations. It is funny. No! I literally just stole the "this is worse than the time I was sus" joke. Sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we returned. Verily, 'tis an ensemble most becoming. Huh. Looks great. I think it's time we return to these clothes. Or return these clothes. I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. Whatever were we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that, in his time, everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to the modern tastes by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Atheris, who will most certainly need your attire? It is clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my tastes, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices are influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider that the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice by trying to shower you with our baubles and flippery. Think it was to your benefit and that you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know that we shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Hydaelyn's love of Atheris and the salvation of the people on that star. And the salvation of the people of that star and that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. I suppose you're right. Livingway, might we have leave to explore the best ways burrow unattended? You've given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until then. So unexpected. No, no, it's not meant to be funny. No. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wished to speak with you about. Shall we be off then? Huh. It's funny though. No. My apologies. I wasn't trying to spy or something. Everyone's been talking about the visitors came from Atheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Atheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? Oh, it's so clear we've made a mess of things. But wait, you still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growingway, by the way. See you soon. Alright. Best way is Burra. It was super weird this morning to, like... I was trying to, like... How'd I put it? I was trying to do, like, a shitload of crafting stuff in the background. And, like... How do I put it? I was trying to do, like, a shitload of crafting stuff, and I spent, like, a lot of money getting one of my jobs up to a half-decent level. And, like... How'd I put it? I spent, like, multiple hundreds of thousands of gil to get resources. And I had to do all this teleportation shit, and reduced rates hadn't popped yet. And let's just say, boy, I was so glad that whoever's in charge of that in the FC actually went and did it. You're here. You're really here. Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Roxy Orban, eh? Crikey, your names are amazing. Well, Roxy, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area, whenever you're ready. Yeah, this is what I assume that the private player housing is gonna end up being like. What? What in the goddamn?
Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. And where is it? Oh no!
Well, shit. Oh, I'm just up here? That's fine.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution.
Uh-huh.
I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
It would be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and I.
Lovely sentiment, really, but the disappointment is writ plain
I mean, I'd tell ya.
If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side.
And that I understand.
The final days will wait for no one.
Mm-hmm.
If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request.
So is this just the Ark?
Collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too.
I mean, that's Orion J.
Understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
It is not the first time I have been in a private discussion on the moon.
Idle musings. It is no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up.
Growing way? What's
It's
wrong?
a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realised the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So,
Yeah.
it ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
You are talking like I'm angry. I am not angry, little one. Shit happens all the time. Like, hear me out. It's not that big of a deal. Reduced rates in earth and water. Ooh, gathering XP today. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. Shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it. I can now travel between the upper and lower floors of Bestway's burrow via the teleporter. Alright, Saiga skin, maiming. Oh yeah, no. That needs fixing. I may not seem to like it, but I've been planning for this far longer than I care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion about this or that. But that is one thing we all agreed on, was that the people of Atheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why I was striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place that they'd hop on the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up for the necessity standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look around the Curatorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me. See, they're all little good boys. It's just that shit happens all the time, you know? Like, I get it. Good, you're here. Through the door is Greatest End's Vale. It is named as such because it's all veiled. It's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand that the people of Atheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain? This way. It's all still in beta? Oh, absolutely. No, we saw that, like... We saw that, like... Oh, shit, you are all way too small. Shit. Oh, no. Could have sworn I've been here before. Yeah, that's the only issue I have so far, is that the areas look kind of samey. Ooh. Hold up. Oh shit, the fucking... A lot of the Disco Elysium merchandise is going back up. They got a restock of it. Let's fucking go. Sorry, I got an email and I'm like, wait, what? Zayu Metelier? Really? Oh shit. Alright, Skyrim horse time. So, what do you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime? I didn't see any. Wait, you don't mean that those crystals out there are... Right, you are. Our forest is made of crystals and constructs, dotting the landscape as far as the eye can see. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information set by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we've decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, the place produces air just as clean as you find in a forest on Atheris. The fountain is right ahead of us. Indeed, powered by a rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch in a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. Alright, you do the stretch emote. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worthy than many years spent building the place. If it's not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through the forest with someone from Atheris. Could we maybe... Yeah, okay, bet. You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. He's now accompanying me. And he would like to take a walk over here. Whoop. I was thinking, Roxy, what could I do to be more helpful to you by teaching you a little more about the moon and what it is we do? When we first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Heidelin gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. Sounds impressive, and I suppose that in some respects it is. But it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidelin shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. I bet. Before we continue, let's get the lore. Whoop. No. Growing way. Ask if you can taste the rainbow crystal. What? No, I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals on Etheris, but we don't eat them. And certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Heidelin's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than one might find on Etheris. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry the clothes than singe them, for example, put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited for growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this is all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiac in check. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't really begin building the habitable areas until the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long we took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought you'd need 4,000 years to make all this? Certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We'd had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was a brief period where productivity came to a screeching halt. When that bizarre red satellite was set up on Etheris. The Elegant's mischief, I think. We thought to maybe make some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Heidelin informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was so much joyous humming that day. So the calamity was actually, like, cause for celebration for them, which is interesting to think about. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive crystals and not trees. Gonna give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to our bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh right. The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people on Etheris. Why not go and visit Etheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. There were a few more rejoinings, and then it became increasingly difficult to converse with Heidelin. Fear we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether. We beseeched her to find the people on Etheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. Whoop. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we had remained asleep and waited, hopeful that Heidelin would find someone who could help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens, and a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us set from down below. But With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like the greatest of Ensvale. I knew it. Thank you again for coming with me, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it means a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've all received the grand tour. Shame we missed it. Growing Way, we've been looking all over for you. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? Can't imagine why you'd need me here, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so all of you are more than welcome to continue looking about the Bureau. Now come along, Growing Way. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? I learned quite a few things, actually. But mostly about, like, how's their tech work. They've spent 12,000 years preparing for this. With the appointed hour approaching, I certainly understand their relentlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcibly evacuate people, we are still met with a great deal of resistance. Indeed. Even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There is another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you'd like. Nay, that won't be necessary. If you will excuse me. What's his problem? Like, legit. It is clear now that the difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparations for the evacuation of Atheris is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections. I trust I am not alone in my reticence. Huh. Did Urianger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he's gotten a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? You sure I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. Yeah, no, that's a good enough thing to do. He does move rather slowly most of the time. Oh, easy. Hold on, actually, we don't even need to, like, move that fast. Where are the teleporters down here? Oh, I thought it was on the higher floor. I thought I saw the arrow on that, but I guess I just missaw. Urianger appears to be heading towards the entrance to Bestway's burrow. Okay, so we run about that way? It's gonna take a second getting used to how this place looks and, like, flows, for lack of a better term. Wait, is there, like, further up that I need to go? Yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Hold up. Little moon rocks. Oriange ventures off into Mare Lamentorum for reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence. Do I have to do a stealth mission with Oriange now? Who rocks? Give him to Cave Johnson. He might not be alive yet. Follow him from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed, or if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective? Okay, stealth mission just like at the beginning of the expansion. Good news is, I doubt that he's going to be doing the whole, like, the whole turning around all the time shtick. He might turn around often enough, but, like, I don't think it's going to be, like, the actual kind of headache it was last time. Okay, so the real plan is let him cross over the bridge. Shit. You don't see me. You don't see shit. No, he doesn't. Oh, now he's running. Shit. He's an Elzen. Even if he's out of shape, his long legs are supposed to help him with that. Let me guess. Wait, maybe? Oh boy, he's got an unorthodox way of sneaking. Or turning around. He's got a weird version of movement. That's for damn sure. Shit. We might be falling too far behind. Nope. Okay. As intended, he is supposed to go over the horizon, and you're supposed to be like, shit, where is he?
Thine arrival is timely as ever.
Oh. So you would have seen me, and it would be fine. You seem actually quite happy to see me.
Overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume.
Well, yeah, that and Thancred, you know.
It was not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy? Duplicity. When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. Sacrifice averted for mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one
Well,
world. And by that
you
bloody
know.
bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade and Flamine, her beloved daughter.
Don't beat yourself up over that, Thancred. That was
Whose selflessness was beyond
long enough ago.
resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives. Ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Mildred, who did face death
Oh,
unflinching, that we might secure a means to
That's
bring
what you're
hope
still
to
beating
us.
yourself over. Look.
In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today.
That's super not true.
Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Would that we had the time to weigh the costs. Like, I don't think that it's sinking in for him
We are of like mind in that regard.
that, like, you can't let it sink in.
Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I think
Like, we don't have the time to ponder what could be, what could have been. We act to the plan that we have set out
as for
and
the
hope to
Emperor's
God it
position,
works.
I will take time and consider how to respond. It would be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers.
Absolutely.
A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf.
Okay.
To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed.
That's true.
But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
Mm-hmm. I like how, despite this expansion being so grandiose in its content, it's also probably the most
Curse these ears and I bugger all.
it's also probably the most sentimental of all the expansions.
No matter. We've got our plans.
Like, I don't know how to actually, like, talk about it because I don't know what words to use, but you know what I mean? Where it's like, last expansion was just, it was just throat punch after throat punch. Wait, no, that has a sexual connotation. Like, gut punch to gut punch to gut punch. And it's like, that expansion had urgency to it. So does this one, obviously, but it's not like the Warrior of Light isn't falling apart at the seams. And like, I can only think, like, I can only actually think of, like, while this feels like the stakes are higher because they are, it's also like, but you have so many people in this game that are also your friend. And you should talk to them. And you should, like, no, like, really talk to them. And I don't know. I feel like that most recent scene was to really drive it forward. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own. A plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standeth before me, with preferred hand and opened heart. Twould be remiss of me to refuse my amity. So I ask, wouldst thou join in mine endeavor? Yeah, just let me put on these new shoes. How do they look? I mean, they're cute. Not something I'd use, though. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestway's Burrow. Difficult decisions must be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all but one mind in our desire to save the people of Atheris. To make clear our resolve to the Loperatus, I shall offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. Yo, we gonna get moon carrots? Alright, where are we? Just across the way. Okay, maybe they will explain what the hell this shit is. I like being able to, in a game, just be able to do that with my mouse. I don't play MMOs on the channel very often, so, you know. Ah, an abundance of spongoi. Excellent. I chanced to spy this aggression when crossing Zodiac's erstwhile prison. Oh wait, aggregation when crossing Zodiac's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the Numo, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration. However, might I prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantations? Yeah, okay, bet. Oh, that just means that there's gonna be some shit there. Yep. Aye. I bet. Well, even more, you say? Alright. Keep standing. Is that Snom? Is that fucking Snom? Surveying the nearby area, you see no sign of potential threats. This would be a good opportunity to see how he's faring. Orion J remains fixated on his work. There, 'tis done. A magicked ink. Every ons and efficacious. Wait. Every ons a what? Every ons and efficacious. As efficacious as that was crafted by the Numo. Rare is the occasion that I would conjure mine own, but it is nevertheless a useful skill. The resulting product is, admittedly, possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is of mine own choosing, which I pray the Luperatus will appreciate. Roxy, Orion J, thank goodness I thought you'd have been eaten or had perhaps fallen to a crater. Ishola's been looking around for you, Roxy. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Roxy alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Orion J. But worry not. Just so happens that we need your help with an errand, delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestway's Burrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Loperatus. Wait. Loperitz. But we would ever be so grateful if you could lend a hand. That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient, even. Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Heidelin's chosen? Or worse, do anything to risk getting on Yashtola's bad side? She is clearly not one to be crossed, nor to be made to wait. Now off with you. Worry not, Roxy. I shan't be long. I speak with Ishtola. Where is she? Alright, from Bestway's Burrow, take a right. Good shit. Aye. Oh god, I really do have to get used to the just generalized flow of how this all looks. I also can't ignore that they are using... It's different notes, but it's the same exact cadence as answers. Not this part, but there is a big bit of answers in it. Yeah, it's the do 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 do. I'm not entirely sure what that's actually called, but you know. Oh, Roxy, we thought you would be away for far longer. A dire emergency? I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Way, is apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he's determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there any way he's likely to stop and rest? Or perhaps there's a way to slow him down. What's the rush? I was thinking we should all wait here. Maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice and... No? Well, if it's really that important, you can trust anything using these bowls of moose flesh. Not to be concerned with the other thing. Runningway's more notable feature in his incessant chatter is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Crude, but if it proves effective, he was in the greatest ever Ensvale when last I saw him. Let's split up and find him. So that's like that way? Oh, nope, we're in it. Again, as I said, I'm not actually entirely certain where we're going. Search your surroundings for Runningway. You may move the camera and throw the moose balls. Whoop. But, what happened? Oh, no. You don't want to fling your balls at the wrong person. Hold up. Whoop. Look at the time. Runningway? Oh, that's smart. If it was meant to be a joke, it wasn't funny. Strike Runningway with a moose ball. Yeah, I'm Runningway. Might explain why you hit me in the face with your balls. On moose flesh. I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days? Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got the time to look into the final days. There's so much to do before the Great Voyage. It's true that Heidelin did impart us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as well as any other Loprid around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they better hope I don't get my paws on them. I should just tell them. Sorry couldn't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I've work to do. And I'm off. Gotta love Tom Scott memes, they're great. Whoop. I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? I like the way that the text is structured. It's like they're avoiding doing puns. It's just, it makes me really happy to just see them be like, this isn't? No. I don't know why. I just look at it and I go, yeah, that's about what I want. So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growingway? Oh, well, you see, I misremembered, yes, that's it, I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Orion-J? I assume you spoke with him earlier. What did he say? But did he say when he'll be returning? Not really. On his way to the Watcher's Palace with Livingway. Between Growingway's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Orion-J a hand. What? Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. Well? That tells me what I needed to know. Oh, what to do? What to do? I promised Living Way I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect that the Loprits are up to something, but if there's aught to be learned of the final days, I think it's best we play along. For now, at least. Alright. Let's see. See, the Psychoskin gear looks fine. Like, it's certainly not bad. But, like... I don't know, it doesn't really mix with anything else unless you dye it. And I also don't know what I dye it with, honestly. Wait, hold on. Where are the teleporters? Where in the goddamn... Like, they tell me, hey, you can use the teleporters. And I'm like, where, though? Yeah, there's also the do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. I guess it's the refrain of answers? I'm not really knowledgeable on music words. I'm just like, oh, that's a fucking sequence of notes that I know. The same as the theme town from FF4, whole expansions based around that game. That would line up. I know someone in chat was like, I think it's FF3, and I'm like, FF3 isn't very Moon's Haunted. But yeah, hearing that though makes me wonder if that then means that Answers took inspiration from the town theme from FF4. Unlikely. But what if? Leaves the mind to wander. The archives are right down this door, but it seems to be locked. Guess we'll just have to go around and find whoever has a key. Growing way, enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. If you find anything inside this area, it plays the battle theme from FF4 as well. That I did hear. That one was blatant. I couldn't place which one it was, because after a while of playing just playing the series, the battle themes of the classic ones do grow. They do, like, converge in your brain a little bit. So, like, and they all have similar notes. There's at least, like, one, not bar, but there's, like, one little ramp-up bit that a lot of them tend to have. So it's always like, wait, is this? No. I would say that FF4 is the one I know the least about of the classics, though. Naming Way, which is what the Loprits are based off, first appeared in FF4. That does make sense. As the new Mo, we're also, I want to say, a tactics species, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember on that one, but I remember them appearing in tactics. Now, they may not have been the start, but I'm almost certain that they were. These have been your useless facts for the day. These are useless facts I've had knocking around in my brain for a while, but ones I've never had to dig up and therefore can't use. Because when they are useful, they're just gone. I don't know how else to put it. Did you yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Atheros, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped that you'd see the wonders that we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so the others must be kept here. So that's Living Away's game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so that we can't put that plan at risk. Gotta save some disk space? Not even, because it's like, let me put it this way, like, if we use the brain as computer analogy, because a computer is basically just a weird brain, like, it's saved on the hard drive, I don't know where to find it. Everyone except Orion J. He understands what's at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we described the notion of using the moon as a means of escape, or decried. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Atheros and her reflections to their doom. If there's a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would have never been at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. If the people of Atheros will escape here to the moon, they'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Oh, really? Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. Alright. Bet. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and then make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene while the Argos waits outside. Alright. They're just Loprits. Let's see how much they can do. Alright. Reinforcements have arrived? Yeah, you bet they have. Alright. I should also just make sure to... Alright. Growing Way returns to stop me. Oh, baby, no. You don't want to do that. I can assure you that that would not be the wise decision. Fire and Moonstone? That's alright, that's alright. Alright. Let's get the fuck out of here. Whoop. Wait. This was not the smart decision. There's a teleporter, like, right here-ish, so, like... Shouldn't be too bad, right? Yeah, fuck it, I'll manually run up. FF4 is probably one of the ones that I'm gonna be, like, I'll probably go back and play it. The Pixel Collection makes, like, it's a really good, I don't want to say bargain, but, like, it's a really good way that I could go back and play them. Because, like, I played all of the... I played 1 through 6. I didn't finish 3. I don't think I did, and I don't think I finished 4. But I would love to play both of them. Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Orion J. The plan would be to maybe I can go back just through the whole damn series, bit by bit, game by game, because like individual Final Fantasy games are nowhere near as long as this.
What, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come
Huh.
for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, living
I was gonna say, I don't think I follow there.
cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Orion J is Orion J. No, that one lines up. If it's ever actually captured Orion J, I'd be surprised.
The death and the doom. Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
But we don't have to act that fast.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose?
You're just not great at it yet.
You and yours work tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction.
Mm-hmm.
Arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Atheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing. We Loporrits were born of Hydaelyn's love for Atheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming
Yeah.
with life and
Exactly.
For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well.
And one day you shall.
That goes for all of us. Don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything
When no
wrong
other
with what
options
we
are,
built, we'll
when
fix
no
it.
other
We'll
options
make
are
it
there,
right.
maybe. But maybe your help isn't required at the moment. That's all I'm saying.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men and your own kin besides.
Mm-hmm.
Singing way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Atheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
I'm actually kind of impressed.
My name is Puddingway.
Oh, of course it is.
Puddingway. Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And living way. It is no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What does it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer, the anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake will serve as tomorrow's lesson.
Oh, I don't know why that hits like a goddamn freight train to the heart.
The wish
But
that a new
that's...
acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
Ooh.
I want to
Oh.
understand, but
Yeah, that's really powerful in a way that, like...
Two still labor to find
Ooh.
no answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and
Because, like,
yours in
that's
the
also
journey of
relatively
self-discovery
close to how I
and
define it.
enlightenment.
Maybe not in so many words, but if Orion J is one thing, he's not concise.
For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do.
I'm
what
up
is
this
right
early?
in
I
their
woke up
eyes.
late, is the answer.
Until then,
How you doing, Sue?
I beg your patience, friends.
I just got hit with a freight
With
train.
that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Waste Compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvement.
On your way to work? Oh shit, I'm sorry.
But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
How's the train? Ow, is the answer.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
Which train specifically?
There you have it.
Uh,
I shall remain with the Lockerites to ensure that all is in order.
Orion J specifically saying about what a dear friend of his, who I can only assume might be Monbrita, what to that friend it means to live. And just,
Though we
ooh,
must needs prepare for every
Ow.
eventuality, we would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a
God, I love this I love this part of Footfalls so much. The intro's just, mwah.
To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reed's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind.
If.
Being the operative term.
If. I don't know if that'll be required. Let's hope it doesn't. The flower. How came it into your possession? Heidelin chose it for me. How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions. Intentions which remain a mystery even to us. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember that name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Nothing of it. We haven't
We
been
don't
very
got the
gracious
time.
of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
Yeah.
And when next we welcome more guests from Atheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactor.
Yeah, could you actually?
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became.
I
The
wouldn't
forum's
have
aims
even
align
thought
closely
that.
with those of your anonymous
But
patrons.
yes.
Telling coincidence would be an understatement.
Yes, okay, no, that makes perfect sense. I just wouldn't have guessed.
Peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos. We might still be unaware of their plans, but let us continue
Oh,
this
thank
discussion
God we
further.
actually got...
I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Oh my god, thank fucking God that... like, we could still learn of shit from Charlene, because I did not want that thread to just be not tied up. There was something about the specific thread of what's going on in Charlene that was making me like, you know? 'Twas a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink, to serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, in all our fellow scions. When next I return to Atheris, I pray I find you in good health and good spirits. Yeah. So I think on wherever we return, that'll be where I take leave. With the Loporits in Urianger's capable hands, we needn't worry about the affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle of the Star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Okay, it's taking me an embarrassing amount of times to realize that that is just a horn version of the vocals of Footfalls. I feel very silly. Because, like, I know that every other expansion has done it, but, like, they didn't change the instruments very much, or at least kept it on par. So, like, a triumphant version of Footfalls, it works. It works real well. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have plenty of time to reflect on that later. Right now, we're headed back to the Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like to think very much about how everyone is getting on there as well. They'd only begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of our contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation should know what we have learned. We know not when or where or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed. Though we may wish not to stress we may stress to the importance of this discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as such, but it bears repeating. Anyways, first things first, to count broken glass. Yep, nope, I'll be right behind you. I should probably do those quests over there, but like, not right now. Not yet. A lot of these quests I actually keep until, I keep a lot of these quests to when I'm doing cleanup for other jobs. Because I found the quickest way, or the easiest way, or maybe just the best way for my own brain to do it, and it's not the most efficient, but I can level jobs if I just keep doing side quests in the area where that level is done, because those quests will be actually useful to me, and they will still deliver plot. Or sometimes when you're out of gil, straight up, like I had 9 gil, and I was in Gridania. I was stuck there. And I'm like, God damn it, I don't want to be in Gridania at the best of times. Let me out. So I kept doing, like, small side quests that would pay, like, 600 a pop, or 1,000 a pop, just to make sure that I would have sufficient teleportation fees for the stream. I just wanted y'all to know how much background shit I do some days for this game. It is good to see you all again. No worse from your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done about what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the Tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who are already in our custody, the lack of requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here. So we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to offer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subjugated to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. Ooh, that text turned into just a jumble. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? No, not at all. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers who have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Euless was one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle that he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alisae's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come and taken decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For Mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as you experienced in Thavnir. Those who are trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the Beast Tribes have received instruction in the magics needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porksy affords us so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those in our comrades near and far. Whoop, I think I double-clicked. Nope, not enough for it to matter. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed. Well, that's good. Lucia and I will remain, along with a small force to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call to the lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So, what of the moon and the Telepharoi? Yeah, there is what I would call a veritable novel of shit to tell you. The final days. Gods, I prayed that your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow Scions from their present duties, that they may return to Charlian. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you'll be happy to learn that Mistress Kryl, though still on the mend, has recovered from has been moved to the Baldesian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let's be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiac, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I've a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. In admirable but futile effort. Am I happy? All right. And I suppose if anyone is to hunt him down, it must be you. Who else could ever hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertain the notion. Well, on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use only serves to hinder relations with foreign nations. For that reason, it has been declared that Xenos Viator Galvis, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Van Daniel is no more, and now his people turn against him. Seems he's naught but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray for your safe passage back to Charlian. Huh. I honestly didn't expect anything to be done about him, but yeah. No, that makes sense. Fuck, 1K teleportation fees. No. Give me 2 seconds, I'm gonna crush a bottle. Can I be heard? Here's hoping that that wasn't actually picked up on mic. And if it was, I'm sorry. Welcome back, Roxy. We were so terribly worried about you. No crushing herd. Hey. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called to me that day when we entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the live stream toward Garlemald. And when I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of Aether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh. And for in that moment, I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world. I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. I'm fucking loving this expansion so far. I'm, like, it's... Maybe it's not everything I thought I wanted, but, like... You know... Every once in a while you're like, oh yeah, I want this, or I want it to be like this, and it's like, well... Fuck that. Wouldn't it be kind of boring if you just had to deal with the Telephroi the whole time? Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand that you've been quite busy. Will Orion J be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid. Though Roxy can explain why better than I can. Final days as befell Amarot. And we are to escape via the moon, well, the source and its reflections. I've no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. Or if like gesturing wildly to convey everything, to do everything so as not to speak. I mean, like, hey, you know. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarot, the solution would be to alter the flow of Aether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accompanied this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in so doing. But it should go without saying that this as much as sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even Amarotines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. Why is Orion J not with us? Oh, you know. There is still much we do not know of the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarotines' creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past and thereby form some semblance of a plan? Perhaps we could start with the Forum then. Having worked with the Lopritis in secret all this time, there is certainly more they could tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I've urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. What's Father up to now? There is only one way to find out. It's never good when he talks, but what if maybe this time there's actually something important? The real question is, does he know that I killed Zodiark? Well, I didn't kill him. I didn't kill Zodiark, I just kicked his ass so hard that he could be recaptured, and before that happened, Fandaniel killed himself while possessing Zodiark. So, you know. I assume this will be foist. I was hoping so. That Rogadine is fucking cool
Thank you all for
looking.
gathering here on such short notice. This day we must
course.
speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Charlie, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Talopheroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad.
Well,
Under normal
good news.
circumstances,
Wreaked.
We would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-Bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
Okay.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. Time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. First,
It's like we know how Charlotte normally acts, but like they would quote know if the final days were to come.
Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
What?
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Of course, if you would. What does that mean? What the fuck? Well, like, I know what it means. I know what it is, but like...
270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea.
Of course.
This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea. but the
Alright, it
very
was
heart of the
that
star.
enchantment. They can now speak frankly, thank fucking God.
She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life.
For the record, I actually do, like, as a world builder, love the idea of a piece of magic that means that you cannot speak in a very specific, like, you cannot speak a very specific thing.
A sanctuary for her children and deliver
Like,
them
that is such a cool way to keep secrecy.
much like Nunkref's hope
secret.
in ages past. It will bear the people of a world
So it's Nunkraf. I thought it was Nunkraf.
to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge. Not merely for the betterment
Another
of
useless
our
fact,
nation,
Rogadine is...
but in preparation for the journey.
Rogadine is pronounced Rugadine. Proof comes from Moonbreda, which is pronounced Moonbreda.
How long do we have?
But you think it's based on Old Germanic. That's what I'm thinking. While it is Rugadine, and that's true,
We believe the hour to be
I have to devote specific brain power to pronouncing it that way, and it's not
long ago,
that important, personal opinion.
which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his
Because most people say Ro, and it, like, most people just shorten it anyways.
Withdrawal from Dravania. We have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Much like pronouncing Ramu. That's fair. I wouldn't, like, look at someone weird if they said Rama.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan
Until
has
this
ever
game you
been
said
a
Rama.
shining beacon
Yeah.
in darkness.
Exactly.
So it shall continue to be.
That was one of the things about the series that, like, for the a lot of the carryovers, I would say, like the names of the summons and whatnot, like those weren't spoken ever because there was no speech in a lot of these games until semi-recently. Until like 10, I want to say.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions.
Like, we didn't start getting voiced characters.
Carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a...
So, like, people would say Rama, or... Like, I still say Ifrit, even though it's Ifrit. But Ifrit's just a better way of saying it, I think. And we have Quetzalcoatl and Kate Sith. Yeah, and I know Kate Sith is Kate Shi, and, like, Kate Shi is based, and, yeah. I know, like, those two are based off of specific things. No.
After we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work.
Gaelic is a mess, yo.
If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
I actually have a Gaelic character in one of the worlds that I build
It wasn't for his benefit.
with a friend of mine that, like, no one can pronounce the Gaelic name correctly, so they all just know her as Butch.
I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Take your time.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
It's like, it's one of those where the nickname is so much easier.
To share with Father as well.
I don't even remember what that character's real name is anymore.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Of course he's still like
We do not
this.
object to the forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do?
Guess they'll die then, apparently.
Save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way.
Fucking love these kids. They're
And
good
if there
kids.
is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Alpha and Alice, his dad is kind of a dick. Oh yeah, Fortunato is a fuck. I don't like him.
Just stay out of our way.
They clearly took after their mom. You know, me. Anyway. No, legitimately, I think the Warrior of Light rubbed off on him.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
I also won't lie, with Endwalker being what it was, like, the threat that's in every Final Fantasy expansion feels legitimately tangible. Not because, like, the game is written any better, but because there's always the threat of a reset. Ever since A Realm Reborn, there's always been the worry of, like, oh no, what if this expansion actually creates something different again? We'll never get A Realm Reborn 2, but there's always the thought of, like, oh shit, wait, a Calamity would actually be, like, terrible. And it's a thing that can happen because it's happened in the past, in the playable past. Well, not currently playable, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's always the anxiety of, oh god, what if? And, like, I don't know, I like that. I like that a lot. Crow tells me the Four have made a rather momentous announcement. So there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Vow. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me, I asked myself. Why me? Technically, this expansion wraps up everything that started in 1.0, so everything past it may, in fact, be some kind of reset. I've got a friend who says they have not wrapped up everything. There is some threads that they have apparently ignored from 1.0 still. And that makes me very curious to, once I beat the expansion, ask what the hell he's talking about. Because if there's anyone I trust, it's him. Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over this cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here and we'll get through this together, and who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as such. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. Yeah, like, huge part of me is, like, wondering, well, what does still need wrapping up? But it's not really important for 1.0 threads to be, like, completely squared away. There are some, and you're hoping... Yeah. God, that is too real of a knocking noise. A visitor is knocking at the door. Whoever could it be? Thancred? I feel like if it's anyone, it might be him, but, like, who's to say? Oh shit! On God.
Evening. I hoped you hadn't crawled beneath the covers just yet.
Oh, no.
If you'll indulge me for a moment, I have a favor to ask.
Alright. Hit me. Each of these is very different. That's fair. Thancred feels the one that, like... Thancred feels like the most appropriate in the moment. And there's no way it was going to be Urianger, which I think was an option.
If so, then everything we did for real, for the first, will have been meaningless. And I can't accept that. I just can't.
I agree.
My mind won't allow in the thick of it. I don't know if I've got it in me to be pragmatic this time. To run, even if running's the right choice. The only choice. So if you see me turning a blind eye to the harsh reality, beat some sense into me, would you?
Alright.
I trust you and the other scions with my life. And I'd like to think the feeling is at least occasionally mutual. I'll never forgive myself.
Only after a realm reborn do I trust you that much, but, you know, I didn't know you quite so well.
Gods, listen to me. Beginning to sound like the father I never had. So, can I count on you to keep me in line? I can think of no one else more eminently qualified.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Oh, that made the nose tingle real hard.
To say that I will, given what we're up against. Let's keep this little chat our secret. I'd rather not have anyone scolding us for burning the midnight oil.
Now, don't worry about it. Yeah, part of me wants to see the other options, but I'll do those later. Maybe off screen. Because I'm almost certain I can do Neverending Journey to review that, yeah? They're all on YouTube? That's not the same. That's nowhere near the same. Oh, yo, holy shit, actual
Gods,
people.
that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Here's our contingent, like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald on top of the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum too.
You good?
But is it true? They brought
Okay.
back tempered Garlean soldiers.
Well, yeah.
As Commander Aldin tells you, they've a treatment for that now. But don't be worried. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see.
Feel bad for Alamigo. I do too. I feel like Alamigo has largely been like sidelined to be. Is there a face in those bricks?
I'm eager to welcome them home.
Who in the goddamn?
Wanted to think about it for a while, yeah.
Completely sidelined.
We looked after an
Now,
elephant for the time being.
I'm almost certain that within maybe the next year or two, we might see an Alamigan restoration. But, like, that's not the same. But, like, it's really only meant as, like, a meeting place. Like, the Alamigan Quarter is the most important place in the area.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here?
I don't know if they're tempered, but I don't know what else they could be.
Hey,
These are probably going to be explained very soon. No towns or anything. The closest they have are the refugee camps, and I'd be willing to believe that's what Alamigo is right now. It's just that that kind of sucks as a person who really likes the world of the game.
the shadows play tricks. Nothing.
Don't get yourself killed.
The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
But yeah, I have a feeling that we'll get some form of expansion about, well, not expansion as in like the literal pay for expansion, but as in like we'll get some form of exposition about Alamigo later on as side content. I like it despite my numerous gripes. I have the occasional gripe, but like, what? Val? What in the... Okay. I know better than to look a gift horse in the mouth. Oh, that's... Ooh. No time to use... Oh no, I know exactly who that was. And I know her brand. Oh god, damn. Okay, I don't know why 1,000,002 cock feathers. But okay. That's fine. Every time I see that door open now, I'm a bit anxious about it. No time to explain. I know her. This is on par. How's that look? It's good, but not quite as good as... Blah. Yeah, actually, yeah, hey, Val, what the fuck was that? Also, I guess I can do this now. Have that. You don't know what I'm talking about. That's fair. That's fair. Enjoy your little diamond badge. Either way, what happened? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, this is where I want to, like... This is where I want to call it at the moment. I've got nothing else to talk about. However, let's see if I can raid someone. Yeah, okay. I don't think I've ever actually raided them, but I remember them. But yeah, if you stuck around for all that and enjoyed it, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I know a lot of you are new here. So if you'd like to support the channel more directly, there are links below wherever you're watching this to things like the Stream Elements donation link, the community, or Stream Elements tip link, the community Discord server, and the Throne wishlist. I've got nothing else going on, except let me just throw those in. And with those, have a good rest of your night. Thank you.